Yeah.
Do you only engage in these activities for bonding and procreation?
Yes, that is the
Have
what
you
the truth
only
is.
ever engaged in these activities for bonding and procreation?
No, because I'm a bad person.
Okay.
But
So
you
Or I'm
you would
not
be
a perfect person.
you would be permitted then to marry who you love, but uh, even though you're a bad person, and somebody who's a perfectly good person uh, would not be permitted.
No, I think that a lot of discernment should go into marriage. We actually require that people
what
take
is
a class.
discernment?
Kind of like trying to seek out what the best course of action is through wisdom, through critical thinking, through prayer, that sort of thing.
Do you think that you're
How
thinking
can
critically about this?
I think so.
It's the skill of declaring righteousness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, we're getting washed away in the studio right now. I just had to
hear this.
restart the YouTube.
So, do you think that somebody who makes a huge, glaring, unnecessary assumption about the nature of reality should be talking about high level, like, should then also say they are capable or engage in what you just defined as discernment?
I'm a bit confused. I just want to clarify. So are you saying that people
The
who...
big, huge assumption about reality is the assumption that the God exists.
I don't think that's an assumption per se. I
How
think
is it?
have evidence. I think there has to be like a first. Don't have evidence. I think there has to be
without the preference of some of them being attracted to the same sex.
So, I just want to clarify. Are you asking me if I think God creates like asexual people, like people who don't have a preference, or
No,
straight people?
I'm asking. Do you think God created people who are not attracted to the same sex?
Yes.
So every single person who was ever born,
I think that that's usually how it turns out. I think that there are different factors through, and I don't know for sure, but maybe DNA and things like that. But basically, I think that I think heterosexuality is a part of the natural order, but I think morally wrong with that. But I would say maybe that's not. No, it's not. I don't know. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so the next question that I would want to ask you is, what is it that takes place from like this natural order, quote unquote, where the preference that they have is towards the same as them?
Right, yeah. I don't really know, and I don't think science has a...
Would you tell somebody to their face that like that you know what I mean, like that their relationship, so I guess why hold an opinion to begin with?
So I'm trying to figure out, how do I ask you the like you have, and that you come from like because of your Catholicism and the religious beliefs you hold. Do you,
But do you
do you think? Oh,
actually gonna get him to question his beliefs? Because I don't see that happening.
I'm hoping so. But you know, I mean, I've been proven wrong very many times. Maybe maybe that's
Go ahead.
so. If you do you think that these preferences that people have, or the desires that they're way, shape, or form a choice?
No.
Okay. If it's not a choice, and they're within like this deterministic world that you're talking about, or at least from like God's perspective of God's will being done, having a disposition from your perspective to where they have no control over this, to be able to fall away from like this idea of God.
In this world, I don't think that this world is perfect. I don't think God's will is being done perfectly on this world. So basically, we are sub. I think that basically, you know, when people develop these things, they're subject to it. Like I think that this is you know similar or like you know these attractions are some squeezes from the womb, and I don't think that's part of God's plan. But or that's not part of at least his direct will. So I think that basically aren't uh, that aren't God's direct will, but they happen anyways. Um, so science will someday tell us why people have these attractions, but I don't like judge people for having these attractions. People have different things. People go through different experiences.
Is he wrong, and that the Catholic Church is wrong, and
Oh
that they
yeah,
don't actually understand what they're talking about?
yeah. There's a possibility there.
And is there a possibility you're doing more harm by assuming, like, what is deny? So, like, if the cost for you is that you are enabling what makes you somehow guilty or something by association, but the benefit is that somebody's life is affirmed and that better version of themselves or are more safe. What is which
The question. I appreciate that you're challenging me to be better. Basically, personally, I've kind of harmonized this in the saying gay, or I don't go out and tell people that their union is sinful. What I do is I try to mind my own business, and I don't really
why did you say it here? Like, why did you just?
Because you asked me what the best argument against my beliefs were, and that is one thing that this.
Good reason to believe it? Like, if you know that it is harmful and wrong, is Catholicism a good reason to believe it?
I don't know that it's harmful and wrong. I don't know. I can see it both ways, basically. And I don't think.
Just
Okay.
that at very least, wrong is subjective, whatever. But you know that it's harmful.
Well, I think the question is what we mean by not affirming, because you can stay silent, and I don't think that that's really harmful. But if you go out,
you don't think that that's harmful?
No, because if somebody might get married,
if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
I think that's kind of all or nothing thinking. I don't agree with it.
Well, when it comes to suffering, indifference is, would you respect the opinions of Martin Jr. or of Elie Wiesel or Simon Wiesenthal?
Yeah.
Elie Wiesel, lawyer for the Nuremberg trials, trying Nazis and famous Nazi hunter. Would you respect those three's opinions?
Yeah.
It's not hate, it's indifference. The opposite of beauty is it's not ugliness, it's indifference. Simon Wiesenthal said that the only thing for evil to flourish, necessary for evil to flourish, is for good people. The great stumbling block for the African American is not the triple letter after J,
right,
but the YT.
Yeah. So my response, respectfully, is that do I have to go?
I'm not.
Right. So I don't do that. But I don't go up to every gay couple and say, you need to stop.
Do you have so as far as like legislation goes on these matters, how do you vote? Do you at least understand the point that I'm making?
I think so, but basically when it comes to gay marriage, that's been decided by the Constitution.
Taken away. What if there was an effort to take it away? Would you be indifferent to that issue?
Yeah,
that would inherently cause a two-tiered justice system.
I appreciate that question, and that would be conflicted about, okay, my Catholic faith tells me to vote one way, but inside I'm like, I don't know if I should mess around with this. But I personally, I am very much, and maybe this is a fault of my own, but I'm pretty apathetic about what the government considers to be a marriage or a union. So, like,
harm to other people.
But this is about voting, isn't it?
I think what I hear you saying is that everyone should be able to determine their own merit sort of thing, or subscribe to the Catholic edition of marriage.
Yeah, I
Right,
don't. I
but
don't think. I think
that's
that's
not the
close to
problem
what I'm
here. The
saying.
problem here is disbelief.
About what harm is, right?
Said.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like when it comes to what the government acknowledges as a marriage, if the government were to take away and
It's not
say,
about the government. It's about no. See, it's about, are you willing to not in line with your belief, because if you don't, harm to other people, or it could be. Are you willing to do that or not?
I think this, with all due respect, I think this comes down to whether or not I am willing to say that my beliefs are false or not. And that's, I don't think a lot of people,
That's not about.
That's
That's not what it's about.
my beliefs cause harm, it seems like. I don't
No, you started that.
No, I said they might, but I don't think the way I'm practicing them does.
So the belief itself is harmful, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think you can practice it in a way that could cause harm, but yeah.
Can I challenge you a little bit, just for a moment?
For sure.
I feel like within this conversation,
Yeah.
ideas here which is fine, and I feel like you're kind of like, I wouldn't say you're dancing around it, but it's more like you see that there's some type of an issue. There is some kind of a conflict within yourself of like what you think and how you feel about something versus what the church's thoughts are. And I think that's okay, and I think that's good. I want to implore you to maybe think a little bit about, like, if there is a possibility of, like, maybe the church got some things wrong, because ultimately, like, let's say, even if, like, all of this comes down from Jesus Christ, let's say, okay,
Yeah.
you're still taking people's courage and how you should be thinking about it, or how you should be feeling about it.
Okay.
I'm not pushing any kind of an idea of where, like, you need to be this free-willed spirit thing, because I don't really hold to that idea. But I don't think that determinism leads you to become a robot where you just do what everyone just tells you.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just I'm just trying to draw this line in the sand where people are under the impression you have to fall on either side of this line, but the reality is the line has, like, a dimension to it. There's thickness here. And I'm just saying that, try to be critical about them. Like, don't buy into, like, every single thing that you hear, every single thing that you're told, and don't hold to this idea that you know and understand everything or anything at all.
Did you just come up with that line
No.
about
Why,
the thickness?
what do you mean?
About the thickness? That was brilliant.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. I'll be a bit more vulnerable real quick. I don't know if I should be, but hell, what the hell?
You're in a safe place.
We'll see. But basically, that to reject this belief based on how I have my kind of hierarchy of beliefs set up in my mind, this would cause me to lose faith in Christianity in general. And so then I don't know where I would be left. I would probably adopt some other kind of some other kind of like belief system.
I just have to clarify. You're saying that your entire belief in Christianity will hinge on
fundamental block. Like if the church is wrong about this kind of dogma, then it's said something it's taught something definitively, and it's taught that it couldn't be wrong about this. If you don't believe in the church, then why believe in Jesus?
So here, like I think I'm probably gonna be one of the best people right now that could bar 3 other people here who have a voice on the panel, and numerous other people down in the comments who know me. I get called a heretic, I get called a Muslim, I get called all kinds of shit.
Oh, Muslim?
Phoenix, have you met Dorgon? Phoenix, have you met Dorgon?
But he seems really chill, and I'm sorry he gets called names.
Look, I'm a Christian, okay?
Yeah.
My beliefs don't align with 99% of the people that you talk to.
Yeah.
Maybe you've never actually spoken to anyone who holds to the beliefs that I do.
I
I've only
think
met
I
about,
have.
like, maybe 4 people. I don't believe in a historical Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't believe that God can actually be known. The ability to perceive things outside of ourselves. I hold to hard determinism. Like I'm a complete I'm a complete out there. Okay, but the reality is, nobody gets to dictate who or what I am. I get to figure that out as I go, and I get to be liquid about it. Have changed within like the past, like 30 years I've been into this. So
I think what Duragon's saying is that, like,
look, you could still be
dogma
Catholic. You could still be Catholic, and your beliefs don't have to be exactly what every other Catholic needs to believe. It's still be Catholic, actually what
I don't have to. I can be Catholic and also just, other things. Identity is interesting.
Why does being Catholic matter to you?
That's a great question. I appreciate that. The idea that there is a church, and that there is truth and love out there, and that this community offers it, is important to me. I think there's also cultural, reasons and familial reasons. Not like hard familial, because my family isn't practicing, but just like cultural reasons for it. If I turned Buddhist or something like that, my parents would not really, I don't think, freak out. They'd just be like, "I'm still a good person. Okay, cool." Yeah, I think that basically there's a lot of cultural stuff. There's a lot of me wanting this desire for truth, and this idea that I found it in this group, and that this group can you know, offer more truth to me and safeguard me from pitfalls that I wouldn't be aware of. It can lead me in wisdom and growing and understanding human beings better, which I think it has. Um, so yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to wisdom, and if I mature in my faith.
We're back where we started. Wisdom of the church, wisdom of the church, wisdom. It feels like brainwashing, and I don't see how you don't see that.
Well, I've seen.
Is it possible that the thing you're claiming, the belief in the God, it's just?
I'm sorry, it's just what?
Is it just the identity? Is it just the?
I appreciate that.
Is it just
I think,
fitting in?
Oh, definitely not, because I don't think it's about fitting in, because again, like, most of my family doesn't practice. If I wanted to fit in, I would stop going to church, and I would kind of just be kind of.
How is it leading you to truth?
So one of the things that I've noticed is that I've understood more so why Pete's story, the story of the fall, really helps me to understand better, because I think a lot of the times human beings are grasping for control. And
it leads you to truth through metaphor, because you said you didn't necessarily believe that story to be literal, right?
Right. It's a metaphor for how we think we want to do good and to be good, but we want that apart from and over good. We want things our way instead of things the right way. And so when we do things our way over and against the good way of doing things, we lead to problems. And the whole reason we think that we have to do things our way as opposed to the right way is because we believe the lie that we aren't enough, that we can't trust things to work out our way, that we can't trust God. That's the big lie. And all these little lies are wrapped in it, because we see the world, and the world treats us like crap, and we think we have to overcome, we have to conquer, we have to make sure things are our way so that everybody's safe. But when we do that, we end up not really, we end up hurting ourselves and others, I think. Yeah.
And the lie being that you're not enough.
Yeah, the lie being that we can't trust God. We can't trust that.
No, that's not what I heard.
Okay. Yeah, I think us not being enough is one of the lies.
Did you say why Catholicism?
I'm sorry, what about Catholicism?
Did you say why Catholicism?
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons I believe in Catholicism. I like the music, by the way. It's really chill. And also, Thrayle, your voice is really great. I think you should do ASMR or voice acting or something, if you want to.
People tell me.
I guess, so what is the church's basis for its I just think it's so interesting. Like, what do you think the Hebrew Bible is really trying to say? Church's message is so far from
it. I appreciate Rav. I trust that the Hebrew Bible it's trying to say a lot. It's not just talking about, I think, Jesus and trying to point towards the coming Messiah, which is where I think our interpretations would definitely differ.
I think it's talking about to be better and challenging us to be better. And I don't know, man. I think that the church is very old school, and I think the Hebrew Bible is very old school. I don't think I don't think the people who wrote it, and I don't think the culture that it grew in would affirm same-sex unions and things like that. So I don't see the apple falling too far from the tree. With all due respect.
Yeah, no, it's funny that you say that, because literally the word that describes abhorrence in Leviticus 8, because what it really should say is taboo or cultural taboo or something like that.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean that it's like, explain this exactly. First of all, what is being interpreted by Christianity in that text doesn't actually describe what gay relationships are in any way, shape, or form. I mean, doesn't describe the relationship. Second of all, it doesn't accurately translate that text. And I think third most importantly is that it is literally using a term that means taboo means like culturally at that time, specifically, just as you said, because the same term is used elsewhere in the Bible for things. Anyway, we go on about that.
No, I definitely appreciate that. Honestly, there's this guy I met online. I'd like you to explain that to him, but he's not the nicest guy. So maybe maybe it's better that you guys don't meet. But that word toava, somebody kind of beat my face with it in a live, and I was like, okay, bud. But he's abrasive, but I think he means well.
And let me just be clear. I'm not saying that the Bible is right in writing that to begin with. And also, it is even more wrong in the way that Christianity has interpreted it. Like, it was wrong to begin with to create, to not have the foresight to understand that there are multiple relationships. It's also wrong to not be abundantly clear. I mean, I could explain the Hebrew, but it is a causative verb. It is a cultural domination act that's being described, not a consensual relationship between.
And I have heard that argument. And at first, when I heard, because I've watched like Dan McClellan, excuse me, and things like that, and I have heard that argument. And at first, I was very unconvinced by it. But the more I've seen the nuances in Catholic teaching, the more I've thought maybe that is true. But I'm very much still in the maybe that's true phase. I'm more so in the trust the church's interpretation of it based on the authority of Jesus. So then, the question really comes. I'm more so in the authority of that sort of thing. That's why this is so. If this is wrong, then I would probably abandon Christianity, probably gradually, not like all at once. But that's why. Yeah.
What's your quit date look like?
What's my what look like?
What does your quit date look like?
Oh, my quit date? I don't have a quit date. I'm pretty.
Should we pick a date now? You want to pick it together? I'm gonna work towards.
I don't know what I'd embrace besides it.
Why would you need to embrace something?
Yeah.
Oh, because like the world is so. Because like if I don't embrace anything, what am I living for? I don't know.
Who said embrace nothing?
Well, I thought Thrayle did, but maybe I misunderstood.
Well, he said, why do you need to embrace something? He didn't suggest that you need to embrace nothing. He just asked why
Right.
you need to embrace something.
Yeah, and that's why. Like what am I living for? If
Wait,
I
wait,
need
wait,
to
wait,
embrace something,
wait.
right?
No, the question is, why do you need to embrace something? What is it about embracing something that you need to do that action of embracing?
Because I think that a life that doesn't embrace any deeper meaning besides like I don't know what I can see or what is material, I don't see the point of that life. Maybe.
Great. Is Catholicism the only way to find a life of deeper meaning?
No.
If there are, say, abhorrent, taboo things that are in that particular tradition, do you need to accept them?
No, I just don't trust myself to know exactly that that's abhorrent or, you know,
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the point of the Garden of Eden story was?
that's a good question. A lot of points, but
That's
basically,
fair. I
you
guess
know,
I only asked a question so I could tell you. And I apologize for doing that, Thrayle, but I just, that's
basically,
fair. I
you know,
guess
yeah,
these opening stories of Genesis are mythical, not even allegorical, but truly mythical, in the sense that they are uh, fantastical and also carry a moral in the colloquial sense, like Aesop's fables or something like that, like a moral of the stories.
yeah,
Um, and especially with the Garden of Eden story, uh, the whole MacGuffin is the fruit. The whole driving plot of the story is the fruit. And when they eat the fruit, the most magical thing happens. Now, you may say to yourself that this is the cause of all sin or something like that. Well, why begin the story there then, if it isn't only the beginning, right? They were never meant to stay in the garden. So what was it that they got from the garden? They get the ability to discern between right and wrong. As you begin your journey, you have, at least by as you begin your, most people of, is this right or is this wrong? Actually doing is centering people's opinion as opposed to God's opinion or something like that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that because I don't usually get to hear other people's interpretations of that story beyond it's bullshit and you shouldn't believe it. So I appreciate that interpretation. Um,
Well,
I
that one's
guess.
bullshit too, just so you know.
Yeah,
No, but it is based on textual analysis and obviously in conversation with other people. But like, look, don't take it too seriously is also the other message. You know, like people got to live. You know, people got to get through a day.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe I have this existential thing in me that says, "Hey, one day the days are gonna end, and then what
You
will
ever
you
seen the
be?"
movie Cool Running? Like,
Yes. Yeah.
it's one of the great movies of all time. Um,
Yeah.
there's a moment where John Candy is trying to get the gold medal. Well, he's like explaining to his friend, he's like, I need to get the gold medal this time. And his friend says, if you're not enough without it, you'll never be enough with it. And I think that, I guess I'm wondering how you would respond to that quote in this particular context.
Yeah, I would say that it's very true, and it's a harder truth to swallow when you're in the situation of wanting that gold medal, because when you really want that gold medal and you don't think you're enough without it, somebody telling you that you are, it's hard to comprehend. But looking outside, it's like, well, yeah, you're a human being. You're in my tradition, they call it made in God's image. So like, you are you are enough. That's huge.
Yeah,
That's
but
something
doesn't that
that,
mean that God is also, a lesbian? Doesn't that mean that God is also, you know, a
I think in a sense, yes. I think in a
like
sense that
doesn't the idea of made in the image of God supersede? I mean, by the way, just so you're aware, like in the Jewish tradition, the first human was androgynous, was both
hmm,
male and female.
okay.
Um, I why do this to yourself and to other people?
I have people who I consider friends or at least friendly with who are, you know, of like homosexual, or I've even actually through TikTok connected with somebody who was uh trans, and um that's helped me to be and yeah, um and I don't know, I guess I see myself as being able to be that, like, those actions, I guess. That's where I
But isn't that
Look,
I come
fair
from.
to
That's
that
where
person?
I'm not sure how it's unfair to that person.
I guess.
I
Mm,
can be
all I
loving
was gonna
to
say, Kat.
you.
Oh, sorry.
I can be loving to you even though you're a Catholic. Does it feel
I'm
good for
fine with that.
somebody to like um to tell you that they can be nice or kind to you in spite of something that is integral to your identity? Why would I want somebody, or why would that be a like positive thing?
Even though you're a Jew, like
Okay, yeah. That made the point hit home more. Um I think it's not the fact that they are
in
something.
fact, I have some women friends.
Right.
Mhm.
I I see it's more in the fact of, like, the response, like what it's actions, because you can have inclinations, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the actions, and the actions isn't, for me, it's like I don't judge people's
Yeah, but what
actions
do you
like
care about
that.
what people are doing? I mean, are they coming to your front lawn or something? What's going on? Also, there's 105 people in here. Somebody like the live, for God's sake.
Thanks, Rap. I'll actually do that, you know what? Yeah. Yeah,
You heard
I
the
just
rabbi, like the live.
I don't know. You you said, Rav, you didn't know this about me before I came out and said it. Does it matter if I don't act like what, like, let's take, I don't know what beliefs I have
Yeah,
about
but I don't.
this.
I mean, I've spoken to you a few times on the internet. I don't know you from Adam in
Yeah,
reality.
true.
But
True.
yeah. So that's. I mean,
But if the
that's not really a
transgender
great
person,
example.
or if the gay person
You
who's
shouldn't.
my
It's not
friend.
a good. Do you think it's a good thing to tokenize individuals? I guess I wouldn't. Probably not the route to go ahead and take. Um,
All
I
right,
am.
yeah,
I'm
fair
not
enough.
calling you a liar by any means. I just wonder if that is.
Feels good to these people
to be tokenized in that way.
No, and you've made a good point, and I think I'm going to stop doing that now. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I think, I guess,
I think it comes down to I haven't seen any harm come from my belief. Maybe
okay,
that's what
here,
it is.
That's fascinating.
I guess, but here's the thing. You are one person out of three. You live in America, Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay, 350 million Americans. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, let's say, a certain percentage, like at what percentage of people with your belief becomes harmful?
Well, I think if people practiced it the way I practiced it, I don't think it would be, I guess, harmful.
Still is harmful. Like I didn't want to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Fair enough.
I think, like, I wonder if the chat would say whether or not they think it's harmful. There's 170 people in here,
Thrayle, can we do
I don't
We
think
could do it. We could do
that's
a quick poll. We can do it that way.
I don't think the number of people who believe
Smileys for not harmful, frownies for harmful, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna convince me with all due respect, but yeah.
If you think we're trying to convince you of anything, you are mistaken. We are not trying to convince you of anything. What we are trying to do is make you think about the things that you believe.
Okay, fair enough.
Also illustrate is, and this, look, I don't want you to feel called out. I want you to feel called in, because bigotry and fundamentalism and an inability to think critically is holding us all back. And it's harmful because, this particular belief is harmful, but fundamentalist belief structures are harmful because they inhibit progress. They hamper progress.
Hope I'm not coming off as a fundamentalist, depending on what you mean by that.
Well, what I mean by fundamentalist is holding firmly to things that are, that's another good question. Like, why this commandment? Why is this the commandment that you latch onto? Not you, but
it's not. The other commandment, there are way more important commandments, I think. God.
I think what he was saying, though, is that if any one of the opinions, dogmas of the Catholic Church were shaken, it would shake the foundation of everything.
Oh, yeah, I think that this one
is that what you're saying, Phoenix?
I think this one is probably the one for me that's most easy to shake. That's why we're focused, or that's why I brought up this one in particular.
That makes sense.
This and the problem of evil, I think, is also something that shapes my faith.
Okay, but shouldn't it do more than shake? Like, if people are saying that the hatred against people who are in same-sex relationships is harmful, I don't know. To me, it's pretty clear. knowingly increasing harm is like anathema to anything else.
Yeah. So
What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow. All the rest is common.
yeah, I condemn the hatred, and I condemn like any sort of harassment that one might do to people of this. If somebody's going around harassing people for this and telling them to, I don't know, like just being a jerk to the people who are like this, then I would, you know, try to stand up to that person. I would say, hey, stop doing this. This is not helpful. This is actually harming this person. So please, like,
Help me understand. You
with like if somebody goes up to somebody and calls them a slur, or if somebody goes up to somebody and is like,
But wait a second. In Catholicism, what's the difference between a thought and an action?
oh, huge difference. So thoughts are just thoughts. What defines us is whether we choose to act on them.
Is that true? I
He
thought you had. I
disagrees
thought.
with things that are overtly harmful, but covertly harmful is fine.
I don't see it as covertly harmful, but
Well, I feel like we've been here for a long time, and I don't want to get back into condemn those who are overtly causing harm. However, in the way that Rav said earlier, that indifference is the most harmful, you are fine with indifference.
Yeah, like somebody who holds this harmful belief might not hire somebody because, or like somebody who holds this harmful belief might not treat somebody kindly, or like might, not sign the adoption papers, or whatever. I don't know how that works really. I don't really.
right,
I'm
yeah.
could lead to harm, is it not?
Yeah, I guess it's a question of what is, because I've granted that I think it could be harmful if I'm wrong, or if the church is wrong.
And also, like,
Yeah.
let's say that, like, aren't you doing yourself harm by thinking harmful thoughts about other people?
I try not to think harmful thoughts about other
Okay, but
people.
if you are thinking that these people are out here living in sin and doing horrible things or something like that, and you're thinking, I don't know, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. It just seems so silly to me. I apologize. I'm
It's
being
fine.
judgmental at this
It's
point.
hard
But
to see from the outside in. It's totally fine. I think there's
no, it's
just
not. It's not about seeing from the outside in. It's that, like, you're defending something that you don't even want to defend.
I want to be consistent, and I want to. Maybe that's it.
Is being consistent more important than what you know is like right or wrong?
I don't know that this is right or wrong. This is something I could go either way on.
Seems that you know what the answer is.
Right or wrong. This is something I could.
Seems to me in Catholicism not that all beliefs should be questioned. However, if you know the answer and the only reason that you are refraining from that answer is because of a belief based on a huge assumption, then it doesn't seem like a good enough reason.
Do you know what the most common phrase in the Hebrew Bible is?
Is it repent, or is it something else?
No, widow, stranger, orphan.
That's awesome.
Well, it's only awesome if we do anything about it.
True.
And the widow, the stranger, the orphan are archetypes for the most vulnerable of society.
Yes.
And if we're not setting up a society that is protecting the most vulnerable of society, then we are flying in the face of the most pervasive message of the prophets of Israel.
Yeah.
Might be flying in the face of that message.
I can see how it might be, but I can also see how it might not be. And so, because I can see all these sides, I trust the church, and I trust that it's not flying in the face.
Do you think that the church has any incentive to continue to be wrong?
No.
You answered very quickly, Phoenix.
I think it was partially in the wording of the question. Do you think the church has any incentive in continuing their stance?
In holding firm, yeah, that's right. I did put a little spin on there, didn't I?
I understand.
It all hinges on whether Jesus meant what I believe he meant when he says, like, I will be with you to the end of the age, and the gates of Hades will not prevail against this church. It depends on that. It depends on if that's really true, and which I think depends on whether or not Jesus really rose from the dead, and I think it's reasonable to believe he did, and I think it's reasonable to believe he didn't. So it's like this crossroads. What are you gonna believe? And I've also to choices in my life that have been against the church teaching, and I have suffered for that. And I think that the church has always been trying to help people, and so if I am more loyal to the church, I think that I will be. It sounds like it makes it sound like the church did something to make me suffer. That's not the case. I suffered from the consequences of my actions, and the church welcomes me even as I currently am this bad Catholic, right? The church still welcomes me with open arms and says, we love you.
Yeah, but does the church welcome, like, you know what I mean? Like, do people in same-sex marriages feel welcome?
I hope so.
How could they possibly?
We want you here. Hey, we love you. Hey, do you need anything? Do you need any
What's the
resources?
messaging of wanting them there?
If they need resources for, like, if they're in poverty or anything like that, that's, I think, something that tells them that they're wanted here. I think, hey, thank you for coming to mass. Hey, thank you for messaging. I think also says that they're wanted here. I think food, the free food that they give out, also is messaging that they're wanted here. The community events that we have, that we invite anyone to, is messaging. I think that they're wanted here.
Does the fact that they want people mean that they're actually welcomed for who they are?
I think so.
Gotta go to bed. Kick me out
Thank
of
you,
here.
Pat.
Appreciate you, Rev. We are going to move on too. There's we've been here for a while, Phoenix.
Fair enough. Yeah. I appreciate you bringing me up.
Appreciate you. I hope you keep asking questions. I think this was It was something.
I hope that you can hear me, which you probably can't, because now it's right here. I hope you come to more often. I hope that you learn.
Your rain is not nearly as bad, but the Wi-Fi is kicking in.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, Becca's guest is flabbered.
Can I say something to Duragon?
Sure.
Real quick?
Before we bring up a new
Okay.
guest. Go ahead.
Yes, in between, real quick. You couldn't hear me, Phoenix. What I said was please keep coming back to listen because I think there is much to be learned here. Are you there, Duragon? Can you hear me? I only want to say this once.
He could have fallen asleep too.
He might have fallen asleep. Well, it can wait until next time then. Blake says we're only allowed to hear one of you clearly at a time.
Right. Oops. Well, just a reminder to everybody, we are here to question beliefs, not to debate. I just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, well, then what is your belief and why do you believe it? And I will bring somebody up from the queue. I'm going to go ahead and if Duragon wants back up, he knows he can come right back. And we will pick. Well, let's clear out the queue ghosts, the obvious ones that
You're
are
attempting
not
to
still
allow
there.
me that moment. I think you figured out what I was going to say pretty quickly.
There we go. Cleared the queue ghosts. Now we're going to end up with 2 at a time.
Oh well.
I don't think any of them are there. Oh shit. All of them at once. Hello, Isabel,
That'd
are
be
you
so
there?
funny.
Isabel, did you mean to join us? I really 2 or 3 in. Okay, well. Now I only see one in the queue. Hello, Wesser. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
43.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Well, no, I'm not religious in any specific religion, but I do have a belief in like an afterlife.
When you say you have a belief in an afterlife, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I don't think it's just black and then you're just worm food. I think there's, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious.
What does spiritual mean?
Well, it means that I have a spirit that will continue on after I expire in the physical sense.
What is a spirit?
That's a good question. A spirit would be like, your like internal, well, like your soul or your being, essence.
A soul, a being, in essence.
Like a soul.
What does that mean?
I think a spirit and a soul is like basically the same thing.
What is a soul?
A spirit.
So a spirit is a soul, is a spirit, is a soul, is a spirit.
A soul is a spirit, and a spirit is a soul.
Is there any other way you can define what you're talking about, so that we're not just saying a flingle is a florp and a florp is a flingle?
I get what you're saying, but that's like, please ask me the question again.
What is a spirit or a soul?
Well, I don't know. I haven't became one yet.
So how are you? Okay, so why do you believe that you are this if you don't know what this is?
Well, no, that's so to answer, and that's the thing is, I absolutely can question my beliefs. I can't question my knowledge, though.
So you know that you are this thing?
No, I didn't say that. That's my belief. My belief in spirituality. I have knowledge that I have two hands.
So what does that have to do with the question that I asked you?
You said how you determine one from the other, and I referred to the prompt.
Yeah, no, I asked why do you believe you are this thing if you don't know what this thing is?
Why do I believe on what thing?
A spirit or a soul, or have a spirit or a soul.
I believe we all have a spirit or a soul.
Right, but why do you believe that if you don't know what it is?
Well, because there's a lot of people that have, like, encounters with, spirits, or like encounters and stuff like that. Many people do all the time. So that's why I believe.
That's a reason.
So that's why I believe it. I don't know it, but I believe it.
Is this a good reason to believe it? Because somebody else said they had an encounter with it?
Well, I've had encounters too, and I don't need other people's validation for my beliefs.
I didn't ask that. I asked if this was a good reason.
To believe that I have a spirit or a soul?
Yeah.
That, like I said, that's a belief. I don't know for sure. Like, that's the difference. That's
still not answering the question that I asked.
She wasn't asking about knowledge. She was asking about your belief.
She asked if that's a reason to believe in it. It's just, I've heard there's so many common encounters, and I've experienced it too, where like unexplainable situations or scenarios and experiences, and so it's like, oh, when you can't explain it logically, then you're like, okay, then you go like the supernatural or the spiritual, right?
Thrayle, when you can't explain something logically, what do you say?
No.
No, stop. Don't cut me out. I'm trying to have a conversation.
She asked me a question, didn't she?
I answered it as best I could.
I asked Thrayle a question.
You asked who? What?
Why would you respond to her question when she said Thrayle?
Said what? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. You said, like, what I heard is like, so she said Thrayle is what I heard.
What was the question that you responded to? Now I want to know his answer, what that meant.
I don't know. Is it up to me to repeat the question I'm being asked?
I mean,
when I'm not sure what the question was to begin with.
Then why were you responding?
Well, if you can't repeat the question, then I can't repeat my answer. Like,
I said Thrayle, which is not you. Your name is not Thrayle, but okay. I said, Thrayle, what do you say when there's something that you can't answer logically?
An Esser responded.
And with a nonsense response, and then
I apologize for interjecting.
My answer would be I don't know.
so why do you use something supernatural to explain something that you can't explain? That one was for you.
That was for you, Esser.
I wasn't sure. It wasn't specified who it was directed towards. So now I'm gonna have the comments because I thought it was
Okay,
you two
Esser.
having a conversation.
Don't worry, Esser. We'll just move on. That's fine. If you're not interested in the conversation up here.
No, I am absolutely. I'm trying to, and
So,
just
Kat,
because
can I ask you a
it's not.
question?
Please.
Well, but let's make sure, because the reason I asked Thrayle the question I asked him was so you could hear the answer. So if you were reading the comments, then you weren't engaged up here with us and didn't hear the answer, and it's pointless.
I'm trying to multitask, and you said you
Right,
asked
I'm
something
not
about
interested.
spirituality, and he said I don't know. You said I don't know.
I love the
He was
music.
really rude to me.
Yes, he was. He was very
Like,
disrespectful.
very combative right off the gate. I don't understand that.
Oh, he wants to come back.
Well, I mean, he can stay out of the comments and check his attitude. Oh, hello.
I don't know if Monster meant to request that. I didn't think he meant to be here, but
Oh my god. I've been fighting for my life down here. I'm gonna hop down. I'm too riled up.
I got you. I'll set you down. Appreciate you, Monster. If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're open to having your belief questioned, go ahead and request on up. How
Sounds like
terrible
the
does
rain
the
has
rain sound?
subsided. No, it doesn't sound so bad.
There's a noise gate.
It was really bad earlier. Like earlier, it was really bad.
Oh, it was terrible, yeah. It sounded like I was
Did you
getting
see what I
washed
wrote in the
away.
comments?
Yes. Time to build an ark.
Yeah. Well, it sounded like you might mean to.
It is really rain. Why would I fake the rain and make it sound like that? All ploppy,
Everything's.
like popcorn.
Huh?
Why would I make the rain sound like popcorn if I was faking it? It's weird.
Because it's all a conspiracy. Didn't you know that? Like, come on, Thrayle.
It's strange that amongst all 114 of us, there's not a single believer who's actually open to questioning their beliefs.
You know what? For a little bit there, we were like equal believers to non-believers as far as like questioners go. Like with me, you, Rav, and Durgon, that is a equal split of believers and non-believers.
Yeah, I do like when we have a believer who can question up here. There are few that are really good at it. And Rav and Durgon are two of the best.
They are. They're very good. Also, you hear that, audience? Like, we had... They're asleep now, because believers sleep, I guess. And but this is not an echo chamber, and this is not a place of atheists trying to, like, steal your God or tell you you're wrong. This is a place where we question things, and so, yeah. I was just trying to make it sound less intimidating. I know they're asleep now and they're not here, but Rav's here almost every night, and Durgon's here fairly often too. And so, like, you know, it is a diverse cast. We're not scary. I can't see the AI. I wish I knew what the AI said we were doing. Hopefully it says we're talking about Winnie the Pooh, but if not, we're talking about Winnie the Pooh. Right, guys? You have belief in a god, gods. Winnie the Pooh, a mermaid, many mermaids. If you want to be sitting on a rock, luring unsuspecting... Oh, thank you, Bex. I also believe in Winnie the Pooh.
Interesting.
Mermaids.
We have somebody very vocal about the critique of our treatment of the last guest over on YouTube.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
seems kind of Hey, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm back again. Like,
You were in. Someone thought you deserved a reprieve, so I thought I'd see if you can question your beliefs.
I know, but that's the whole thing is if you have a belief, you should question it because it's a belief, it's not knowledge.
Do you think that you can question knowledge?
No, I don't think you can question knowledge.
You don't think you can question knowledge?
No, if you have the proper definition, knowledge is something that's actual, and it's like water boils at 100 degrees, and it's always going to be that. That's knowledge.
Is it always?
Water
Is it?
freezes at 0, and that's always going to be knowledge. But belief is like, I can believe it freezes at 20 above, but it's not going to be right. So belief is thinking something.
Can you define knowledge without using the word knowing?
I know I have 2 hands and 2 feet.
I'm sorry, can you define knowledge without using the word knowing? Just to help clarify, so we can escape the tautology and I can understand a little better.
It's unquestionable accuracy of reality.
Unquestionable accuracy of reality.
That's my answer.
So you define it as unquestionable.
That's what knowledge is.
Why do you define knowledge as unquestionable?
Because it'll prove itself over and over and over again. There's no opinions of knowledge.
Hang on, Nasser.
Okay,
You say there's no opinions of knowledge.
That's what I said.
So you're saying knowledge is objective, not subjective.
No, knowledge is facts.
Can we just clarify, is knowledge independent of mind or stance?
No, it's not independent. It's collective. It's just how it works. You can't argue with knowledge or facts. You can, but you're going to be wrong. But beliefs, you can argue with belief. So it's like kids believe in Santa Claus. Do you know there's a Santa Claus?
Do I know there's a Santa Claus? What do you...
No, I'm just making the most simple comparison or analogy that I can think of.
Esser, can you tell me the difference between knowledge and belief?
Yeah, absolutely. I have the same result, the same outcome over and over and over and over again. It's like science. Science is misproven consistently too throughout, history. But knowledge is knowing something. Is like, if I touch the hot element, I believe I'm going to. I know
so
I'm going
your
to.
examples of knowledge so far have been like the freezing point of water.
I just said like touching an element on a stove.
Right, and knowing that you're touching an element that'll hurt you. Your knowledge, is that dependent on anything? Like, is it dependent on your mind?
No. My mind
is the knowledge itself. Like, there's the fact, right? Right.
That's knowledge.
That's a fact that you were saying exists.
Well, it is. Am I wrong?
Is your access to that the knowledge, or is the knowledge just that thing will happen?
No, it'll happen every time. Every time I do that, it's gonna happen. That's knowledge. But you know what? If I have belief or faith, that's believing. It's not knowledge, because we don't know. And it's okay to not know. Like, you don't need to be offended by it.
Esther, do you think people are asking you questions because they're offended?
No, I think it's a conversation and people are inquiring. And I think that's what a discussion entails.
And are you saying you don't have to be offended by it? What was
I'm
that?
not offended.
Okay.
And the thing is, that's why I was kind of like, okay, I was kind of offended when I got dropped previously. I believe that. I don't know it.
You believe what?
I believe I didn't say anything offensive or insulting.
You believe that
maybe
you weren't offensive or insulting to Kat?
Yeah, I believe I wasn't, and it wasn't my intention, but I don't know I was or wasn't. That's belief and knowledge. Why are you breathing deep? Like, it's not that
Because I'm
complicated.
having to deal with multiple issues at once, apparently. So you don't think that you were offensive to Kat in any way? You don't think you were disrespectful in any way?
I don't believe I was. I don't know I wasn't.
Apparently I don't have any moderators.
And responsive.
You're trying to be calm and responsive, but you... Okay. Esther, when we ask you if you believe in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, your answer was...
Is that a question?
I'm done. I don't... I can't... I'm just done. I don't understand why he's even trying to be on this panel. Just to be defensive and evasive and rude, and then defensive and evasive and... I just cut you off before the rude came again. Kathy Cat spamming caps in chat is not okay. Not by the bat. So we'll skip you if you can't help but yell. And we'll talk to Isabel Bell. Hello, Isabel. Did you mean to request up?
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I'm sorry, you what?
I came on yesterday. I'm back, Jason. I just changed my name.
Bag. Oh, you're back and you're back.
I am.
We just can't escape the rhymes.
No.
Bag, can you remind everybody if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I have a belief for a higher power. I believe everyone will be saved, but I feel like I should focus more on the fact that there is a higher power.
You're gonna have to say that again. You believe that there is a higher power, but that you think everyone should focus on there being a higher power.
Oh no, I mean, I should focus on that just
Why? Why should you focus on that?
because for people to even believe that there will be salvation for everyone, they have to first believe that there is a higher power.
What is salvation?
That everyone will be okay in the end, no matter what.
That everyone will be okay no matter what is salvation?
Yeah.
What does okay mean?
In a good place.
In a good place.
Yes.
What is good? Mind us your age. I'm sure I asked you at the beginning, but someone's
21.
making me question. 21.
Yeah.
What year were you born?
2004.
What was good again?
Love.
Love is good. Is that the definition of good? Or is that just a kind of good? Love is a kind of good.
Yes.
Are there other kinds of good?
For what most cultures based on history would describe.
For you, when you say good, just so I understand, because I was looking for a definition and instead you gave me an example of what good is.
So for now, I'm just going to stick to love.
An example, though.
I feel like to me, there's no reason I could say that if I'm thinking critically.
So you're saying that you don't know how to define what good is?
No, without a higher power, I don't think there's a way to describe what good is.
I'm sorry, what does having a higher power have to do?
For there to be good, there has to be a higher power.
Again, for there to be blobbity blorp, there has to be a higher power.
Good.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's good. It's not blurberty.
But what does that mean?
Morality.
Morality is good.
Yes.
So the meaning of good is morality.
Yes.
What's the meaning of morality?
Which, to be honest, form in the brain with metacognition, but it forms in the brain using metacognition.
There should be principles that form in the brain with metacognition.
Well, metacognition
helps form what?
Principles in the brain, because that's where you think with your prefrontal cortex.
I asked what morality was. Why are you in the prefrontal cortex?
Well, that's where I wanted to bring up that.
So you just wanted to talk about the prefrontal cortex?
No, I wanted to talk about
why you took me to the prefrontal cortex then when I was asking you about what good was that you needed a higher power for to understand. Remember how we got here?
Yeah, well, I did want to bring up a point if I can to help explain my reasoning.
I'm sorry. You can reasoning that. What happened?
Oh, I want to tell you, but I don't know if you're going to interrupt.
You don't know if I'm going to interrupt the monologue you prepared before you
Yes.
came up here. I'm not interested in the monologue. I don't know why you think
No,
I'd be
but it's my
interested in just
belief.
platforming a monologue.
It's my belief, though.
Your belief in a higher power?
Yes, it's part of it.
The monologue that you have prepared is your belief
It's a
in a higher
sentence,
power.
probably. So, I wanted to say that humans, the reason that there's a higher power is because no other animal in the planet is like humans. Humans are the only animal out of all species that have knowledge.
What is knowledge?
Self-awareness.
How do you determine that humans are the only self-aware animals?
Because we're the only animals on the planet that wear clothes.
You're saying, just so I can clarify, that because humans are the only animals on the planet that wear clothes, therefore we are the only self-aware animals.
Yes.
Why your criteria for self-awareness?
Because that gives us an understanding that we know what's good and wrong.
I'm sorry, what does wearing clothes have to do with what's good and wrong?
Because if it was not wrong, then we wouldn't wear clothes.
Do you remember when I asked you what good is?
Yes.
And you said it was moral, and moral was something about the prefrontal cortex.
Yes.
What
it
is
has something
wrong?
to do with that. Well, where we use analytical thinking and critical thinking, which humans use this the most more than any other animal, that are just instinctual.
So analytical thinking and critical thinking and wearing clothes are all your criteria for self-awareness now.
Yes, they show examples.
Or the examples of self-awareness.
Yes.
Oh, so they're not the full criteria. How did you determine that humans are the only self-aware creatures? Because we wear clothes.
Scientifically.
Because I don't know that you were able to determine the other two were not true of animals.
Oh, science already did.
Science did.
Yes.
You have studies that show that animals are not self-aware.
Yes. Humans are the only most self-aware animals in the entire planet.
You're just saying things. I'm curious, do you have actual scientific evidence?
I mean, a Google search would just do it, but it's out there 100%.
It's out there 100%. Google, are animals, are humans the only self-aware animals? I would come back with yes, according to you.
Yes, animals use 2 through 8% of their brain, and humans use 20 through 25%.
Where did you get those statistics?
Google.
Google is your source?
Yes.
Fascinating. So when I typed into Google, are humans the only self-aware animals, and it said no, humans are not the only self-aware animals. Evidence suggests many other species possess varying degrees of self-awareness, while humans may have a more complex form of self-consciousness. Other animals, like great apes, dolphins, and even some birds and fish, may have demonstrated self-recognition through tests like the mirror test. So, if science says that other animals are self-aware, then what are you talking about?
But they're not as self-aware as humans, maybe more than other species, but we're the most self-aware, hence why we wear clothes and they don't.
How does clothing have anything to do with that? I thought you were talking about science, not fashion.
Well, the self-aware clothes show scientifically why we have more self-awareness. If it didn't matter, which matter is science, then we would not wear clothes because that means it's not wrong.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If I forgot what I said, to be honest.
Are you kind of just making all this up as you go? So then,
Clothes?
my question was, what are you talking about?
That humans have more self-awareness than any other animal, which makes us more complex, and we tend to think analytically, critically, and spiritually, which spirituality would, I don't know if you would
How do you
deny
know?
this.
I'm sorry. How do you know that other animals don't think analytically or critically?
Or spiritually.
Because we're the only animals in the planet that also use symbolism, for example, reading, writing, and drawing.
What is that? How does this verify that we have a higher level of self-awareness?
If that wasn't a higher level of self-awareness,
how does it not just show that we have a higher level of maybe
Opposable thumbs.
Opposable thumbs. I don't know. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we have a lower level of language skills, so we have to stoop to carving and marking.
well, metacognition, which metacognition is very, very important.
What is
awareness?
What is metacognition?
It's to think
Use logic.
Yes.
And you've been able to verify that no animals use any kind of logic.
They mostly act on instincts and intuitions and automatically. So if humans acted like animals, then we wouldn't deny every
again,
urge.
just to verify, so this entire conversation, you haven't been pulling it out of your ass, right? You didn't just make it up. You've been reading from a paper you're preparing, or Chat GPT.
Well, it's science.
Are you reading it from? are we
metacognition.
just having a conversation with your chat GPT?
No, these are my thoughts. I thought about them critically and thoroughly.
You thought about them critically and thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
It means that I thought them out and I agreed to speak this to you.
You thought them out and then had ChatGPT phrase it for you to speak it to me.
Yes, but I thought you were questioning my beliefs, not my thought process.
I'm not questioning your beliefs.
Anymore?
No, I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
questioning. Listen, Isabel, where are you going? Is she going away? I'm questioning if you can question your beliefs. Critical thinking, not just, what the hell was that?
I don't know.
Because yes, insomnia, she is meant to question her beliefs. I don't know.
I think that I would be shocked if she had metacognition in her like daily lexicon.
Hello, Missy.
Good morning.
Are you metacognating yet?
Metacognitive? I mean, technically, aren't we all?
Right. Exactly. That's the point.
Oh,
You
I
got
just
it. You
got
hit the
here.
nail on the head. You didn't even mean to.
Bex is offended on behalf of all animals, and I'm not sure how she thoroughly questioned or investigated that belief. If she just typed it into ChatGPT and said, "Help me phrase this," to argue it.
That's why I got rid of all of my AI personally.
I think AI is a useful tool. I just don't think it's something that you should use to prepare whatever you're about to say to someone, unless it's bad AI poetry and you say that right before they.
I use AI for D&D, and that's about it.
That's kind of like a bias to me.
It was a bias. There's actually a lot more uses of AI. I think some AIs are very good at creative writing and artwork if given the right parameters. I mean, look at those parameters.
Yeah, I think there are great applications, especially in the medical field. But you guys can question my belief that AI is bad.
Question your belief that AI is bad.
Yeah, if you want.
I don't think that's the belief I'm looking for. I'm looking for the beliefs of gods and
That's fair.
higher powers.
And you thought it was God, maybe. But it seems that you don't.
Have I thought of a god?
No, if you thought it was God. AI, that is.
I mean, the argument could be made.
That doesn't mean you believe it's God.
No, that doesn't mean that.
No.
For known things, it's the devil. Or at least will be.
It's interesting he's used it to send me novelized DMs about why atheism bad. I wonder. Wait, no, you still only have one request, and he's been up here twice already. He was rude the first time to Kat, came back and was evasive after claiming not to be rude. The second time, you missed him during that, Kat. Was hopeful.
Oh
you'd
yeah,
be
my
able
phone
to.
did this cute thing where it just shot me into SOS for no reason. Like,
That's always
when it
fun.
says SOS where your bars are supposed to be? Yeah.
I wonder if anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, questioning that belief. If you do, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or belittle you. I'm not here to mock your faith. I really just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it, if you can question your beliefs. Do you want to give him a third chance?
I mean, I think he's drunk, so.
Is that what it maybe could be? I do want to make sure I thank Heather's Descent, Shell, also Dakota, Donna B, and Seven Lemons. Also Amoria, Rob, and Cat DeWitt. Sorry, I had half the list in front of me. Appreciate all of you so much. He really doesn't like this guy, and he wants to politely and calmly have a conversation. Why do you want to politely and calmly have a conversation with someone you really don't like? I suppose I can see some benefit, but are you actually capable of having the conversation? And no, Charlie, I'm not in a hailstorm. It's just a metal roof. Am I capable of being cooked by Solovino's logic? Possibly. Very possibly. Hello, Dawood. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm in my 40s.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do. Yes, I do.
And what is that belief?
I believe the only reality is the higher power.
What do you mean when you say higher power?
Well, it's the source of reality. It's the meta reality. So it's the ground of every other reality.
The
and it's
source
the only one that's
and
real.
ground of every reality. That's what you're saying higher power is?
Yes. Yes. I thought I'd just come up because I wanted to test.
I'm
prepared
thinking
to go
about
for the fire.
Sure. I was about to ask you a question there, Dawood. You said that higher power is the grounding and source of this and every reality.
Yes. Yeah. So it's the
What do you
source of
mean by
reality.
grounding? Source.
So when I say grounding, I mean it is the only reality. Every other reality is of this ultimate reality.
So every reality is of this reality, and this reality is of the higher power or the source.
No, so let me get this. Let me say that again. So God is the only reality.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, every
only
reality is the only reality, which is of the source.
Sorry. Let me just rephrase this for you.
Sure.
So God is the only reality.
Okay.
Every reality that we can see or perceive is of that reality, and so it's ultimately part of that ultimate reality.
So it's not this reality, it's every reality that comes from the source reality, which is the higher power God that you're talking about, not God.
Yes.
So it's not this reality though. This reality is this reality, and he's that reality, or it is that reality. Just to clarify.
Sure. This reality, the physical world that we perceive, is ultimately illusionary in the sense that.
Okay, I see. So it's idealism.
Yeah, but not just idealism. It's also mysticism as well.
Mysticism.
Yeah.
What do you mean by mysticism?
Well, it's the experiential states, the subjective experience. So, in my worldview, the way I understand it is there's only three ways that you can have epistemology. The one is the ultimate epistemology, which is your subjective experience. Everything has to go through your subjective experience. You don't know anything outside of your subjective experience.
Sure.
And from that subjective experience, we can derive two kind of lesser authorities or way to understand things. The first is reason or intellect, and the second is authoritative second-hand explanations. So, for example, I could.
So, I'm sorry. Say the second two again.
So derived from that ultimate subjective experience,
right,
is the intellect. So that's your logical analysis.
And the other one is second-hand experience.
Sorry?
And the other one was experience, or second-hand experience.
No, yeah, second-hand experience. So that's me listening to you, and if you're an authoritative figure, then I may take what you say as credible or plausible.
I see.
Because I trust in you. Same with scientific knowledge.
But the only other option between that, or the only other option is logic. So logic or authority, and then my own cognition. Yeah. So those are your three.
That's
avenues
those
of
are the three
epistemology
that that I believe there is. Maybe there's more, but that's
how did you?
Three I know.
Okay, but so I'm. When I ask the question, what is mysticism, or what you mean by mysticism,
So mysticism
your answer brought us here.
Sure. I would classify mysticism as a combination of all three, but with a emphasis or a priority over the experiential state, or even an alternate state of consciousness.
An alternate state of consciousness.
Yeah. So you could have that. You can. I mean, there's many ways that people have. They can have it in their dreams. They can have it in their active imagination. They can have it.
I'm sorry.
In
what is it you
meditation.
think they're accessing?
Well, I think they're kind of. It's showing that the illusion of the physical world is absolutely an illusion, and so it kind of shows.
You're saying reality. because we can create or imagine worlds or scenarios or experiences, then therefore the experiences we have are imagined.
It is through the imagination. Yeah, imagination is part of that conscious experience.
Sure, I get that I might be straw manning a bit with the imagining, but what we cognate in our minds, what we can facilitate those kinds of experiences, like dreaming and meditation and whatever comes from those. You're saying because we can do those, then therefore the outward experience of the world around us is likened to that of something else.
No.
Or with the meditation or the dream of a god.
No, so I don't believe that your alternate states of consciousness are a perception of ultimate reality. I think they show you, or they confirm the scientific understanding that this world is illusionary. It's not as we perceive it.
Right. I didn't think that you were saying that we were seeing ultimate reality from those states. What I thought you were saying was like you're making almost an analogy here with the way dreams, as though that's what God is doing. Is that correct? Or not God, higher power is doing to create this reality being like a state of that.
So if I look at the scientific understanding, so there's a couple of things that interest me. One is how we perceive things, phenomenology, and in particular neuroscience. That's a field that I'm interested in. Another is the very base layer of theoretical physics, and both of those at the moment are very clear in that we don't perceive things the way they are. So, for example, if I was to take a pen and I look at the pen, there's a couple of things that are happening in that process. First of all, I'm not seeing the pen. I'm seeing the electromagnetic waves that emanate from the pen. I slice them, so I cross-section slice them in my retina, and that produces a kind of very fuzzy heat map of shades and contrasts. And then the next process is I produce the shapes, so I form shapes which are loosely based on this map.
What question did I ask you?
Sorry.
What question did I ask you that brought us here?
The question, I've lost track now. I'm not tracking. The question was, is your illusionary states or your alternate states showing you that this physical world is not reality? And I said, understanding of how we perceive things.
the scientific understanding of how we perceive things is somehow confirmation.
Yes,
of
it adds a
your
weighting. Yeah, makes it more plausible.
How does it make it more plausible?
Well, because there's the scientific method is very good. Sorry. The scientific method is very good at predicting how the universe or whatever's outside us behaves. So we are able to plan. We are able to do things based on our observations. So they give a very good measurement. So it has a lot of plausibility in trying to understand how the universe behaves. And so for that, it has plausibility and credence.
I'm sorry, because it tries to explain things about how the universe behaves.
It explains how the universe behaves in reference to ourselves. It explains how, it does a very good job of predicting how the universe will behave in reference to ourselves.
How does everything is a universe imagined by a reality imagined by another reality, base reality? Is imagined the wrong word? How does this explanation give you anything from your observations of science? I'm still not hearing your connection at all. It feels like you're just using a lot of words and saying science every five or so sentences to make it sound credible.
Okay, so let's take a step back. So if you have alternate states of consciousness.
Alternate states of, actually, can you define consciousness, just to clarify?
Well, consciousness has different levels, but at the base level, it's what it's like to be, or experiential. So it doesn't have to be meta. It doesn't have to be meta. It doesn't have to be awareness of your awareness.
Consciousness at the base level is what?
Experiential.
Just experience.
It's qualia, what it's like to be.
Qualia is consciousness.
It's I mean, at the very base level, it's what it's like to be. Yeah.
What it is like to be.
Or what it's like to.
That's what consciousness is to you. Is what it's like.
Yes, experiential. Yeah, it's kind of difficult to ultimately, but I take
and so you're saying there's other levels of consciousness. There's a base level of consciousness that is what it's like.
Yeah.
And what is the next? How many levels are there before we start?
So then you'd have a meta consciousness, which is your awareness of your own experiences. So I can relate that I had an experience of joy or happiness or sadness. So that's
awareness of your experience. So there's experience, and then there's awareness of experience.
Yeah. So I would classify that as meta consciousness.
So we're up to 2. I think I asked how many. How many are there?
So then I would suggest. I mean, there's a few.
How many?
I would say 4 or 5 levels that I could probably define.
There's 4 or 5 definable levels of consciousness, and so far it's experience, and then it's awareness of experience. And so what's level 3?
Level 3 would be universal consciousness.
Universal consciousness. That's an interesting level. I'm not sure I know what any of that means. So we went from the base level, which was experience, and then the next level was awareness of experience, and then the next level is a universe, right?
Consciousness, and then there's different levels of universal consciousness.
There's more
there
levels.
Would be there would be
And
like a collective unconsciousness, and in the human race, there would be a collective unconsciousness in, say,
wait.
plant
Let's just slow
kingdoms.
down. Let's just slow down. So we have other conscious levels,
I
and
think
these
so,
are,
yeah, I believe.
and these aren't like the. Are these on a different tree, or are they branches of the same tree? Are they parallels? I'm
I
trying to
think that
understand,
I think if you look,
because it
if you think
sounds
about
like
it,
we went from experience, awareness, to universe, and then things started like adding up from there, right? But those weren't actually getting bigger than universe. They were like being side trails, like human conscious. Is that back down?
yeah.
Is that back
So,
down below
so
universe?
how I would put it would be like this. So if you think about a small circle, which would be base consciousness, and within base consciousness, you'd have a smaller consciousness for, which would be the living organisms consciousness, and then that would separate into smaller subsets, which would be species.
Like a tree, where like there's branches.
I wouldn't say it's a tree. It's more like it's like a big ball, big circle,
Okay,
and
so
then
I'd asked
circles
you.
within
I think
circles.
what I asked you was the beginning of this was like, what is consciousness? And so
Yeah.
consciousness is a big old tree with experience.
No, I wouldn't put it like a tree.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a ring. It was
I would put it like
concentric
concentric
rings.
circles within
I
circles.
see. So it's like a cross section of a tree with some branches sticking out of the middle.
Well, yeah, or just I just put it. It'd be subsets. It would be subsets within subsets. So if you
Subsets
just
within
imagine like
subsets.
a circle and then a
How are you
circle within a
dividing
circle.
circles within circles? Okay.
Yeah.
So each species gets its own circle. Are they getting bigger? Those higher levels? Like is giraffe higher than human?
Yeah.
Giraffes have a higher conscious level than humans.
I think they I would guess, and we don't know because it's very difficult.
Because it's getting, as I'm understanding, bigger as we go out from the center of the circles.
But it is, but it's getting
So
more
higher.
fundamental. So it's
Right.
not
So we went from
sophisticated.
experience at the center, and then the next ring out was awareness of experience, right? And then the next ring out was it humans awareness? Is this where we started splintering?
Yeah, it's trying to.
Is this actually like a thought out model of consciousness, or is this kind of?
These are kind of. I mean, I haven't thought about the actual structure in terms of like of tree branches or sets within sets. I mean, I haven't thought about the actual structure in terms of like of what I understand. I know
experience.
that I experience.
Okay,
That's
and you know
probably the
your
only thing.
awareness of experience, or you're not aware.
And I know that I'm aware of my experience.
So you're like level 2.
Yeah, and then
Are
I
you-
know.
Are you one of the species splinters? Do you like have some other kind of level of? Or isn't this where the species get their own little rings?
Well, I think it's
Like bird
there is kind of some
conscious
kind of
and human conscious.
So
I
the
thought
thing
that's
is,
what you said.
yeah, the thing is, I don't know you have consciousness. Okay, I have to assume that you have consciousness because you have a same biology as me.
Well, see, I'm still not sure
same
entirely
behavior as
what
me.
consciousness is. So, like, do I have experience, awareness of experience? Do I have bird rings or squirrel rings? I don't know which rings I'm wearing.
So because you look like me, act like me in a rough sense. I mean, you can communicate and we can share ideas. Then I assume that you have consciousness as well. I don't know for definite, but I assume you have consciousness. I assume that because of the way animals...
Does it mean androids would have consciousness too?
Well, I don't think there's... I don't think they can off the top of my head, and I'll tell you why. Because it seems to be it's only carbon life that are able to replicate cells. This replication process that seem to have exhibit these...
Made out of other elements.
No, we haven't.
Oh. So it's only the life we've seen that does this.
Yeah.
So how do we know that?
Haven't.
Oh. So it's only the life we've seen that...
Yeah.
Quickly, I think we need to... Also, the trails are getting rather thick here, so just to clarify, your higher power is another universe, that this universe is a projection or an imagining of, and there are other universes that would also be projections or imaginings of that base.
Yeah. I wouldn't classify the higher
reality
power as having some spatial temporal.
Sure. So
basis.
reality,
It would be
universe.
It would be more like mind. It would be more like mind.
Oh, it's a mind. So a mind, yes. Projecting, thinking, creating all of this and all the other realities that you assume.
just don't think that there's anything going on there.
You just don't think there's anything going on there. What does that mean?
I just don't believe in it.
Believe in what?
Gods, or anything like gods. And I am looking for, just a quick reminder to the audience, I'm looking for believers who can question their beliefs. But when a non-believer stumbles up here, I do like to know why you don't believe, if you can question that.
Is there anything that could make you believe?
I suppose, like, if I saw something, yeah. If I saw God.
If you saw God. If you did see a God, would you worship it just because it exists?
No.
What kind of God would you want to worship?
None.
I have a question.
Sure, Tutski.
Why do you accept the presuppositions that, say, the majority of the scientific world, but not the presuppositions of, say, a religious world?
That's to you, Phoebe.
Okay, wait, sorry. What was that?
Why do you accept the
Majority?
presuppositions of a scientific world, but not the presuppositions of a religious world?
It just makes more sense. Like, science has more proof than just faith. Just nothing.
Right, but it is a presupposition.
Yeah.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be any proof of a God.
You don't need, if you read in the, oh, you were just saying there doesn't seem to be any proof of a God. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, Phoebe. I only have a few questions for you before we move on, hopefully, to a believer. I had asked what kind of God you might want to worship, and you said none. I'm curious, if you had to choose a God, if you had to worship one, and you don't have to think of it as worship, praise, venerate, respect even, what kind of God would you want to? What would you expect it to do in order to be worthy?
Oh, I don't know. That's a weird question. Well, it's not a weird question, sorry, but like, I don't know, be good, like, for the people, like, actually help us and do something that would be worthy of being praised, I guess, by the people. I don't know. I just don't believe in it at all, so it's really hard to say anything, I suppose.
What would constitute evidence of a God?
Something that is, well, like, not believable, like, by human standards. Something I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't really know. I don't believe in like God, so it's I'm not sure.
But would you know what would be a reasonable? What would be reasonable evidence that would cause us to ascertain that there was in fact a God?
Well, if we're talking about like the Bible God, like proof, I suppose, like what's written in there, a God that would come down and prove it. I don't know.
Any supernatural being of significant.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
But what would that evidence look like?
I don't know. Like, well, walking on water, making wine out of water. I'm not sure. Something that's like unbelievable.
Something you couldn't explain.
Yeah. I don't know because I don't really like. I don't believe in it. I don't really like think about that.
I don't know is an acceptable answer. I'm just letting you sit to think about it
Is
for
it?
a moment. It is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I haven't actually thought about that enough to say what would be that, but yeah.
Does it matter to you if a God is real or not?
No.
Do you think something like a God would have to exist in order for the idea of it to be meaningful? For a God to be meaningful, does it have to exist?
Well, no.
Why do you say that?
Because I don't believe they exist, but I obviously believe that the belief in them existing is important for other people.
Why do you think it's important? I think you might have gotten distracted, Phoebe, and that's fair. I think we're going to move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming up, answering the questions that you did, and hopefully we gave you something to think about. Maybe the next time we see you, you might have different answers, but either way, no worries. I appreciate you. Let's see who's been waiting longest. Cleared. Is that one there? Oh, if I missed one there. Trying to accept up, and I think I cleared one. So if you did mean to request and you got cleared suddenly, go ahead and request back. They were all ghosts. 4 ghosts of the queue. If anybody watching does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, really, if you're open to questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to burgle your god or destroy your faith. I'm not interested in a debate or an argument. I just want to know what it is you believe and why you believe it. And maybe we might get to some of those other questions. Maybe. Hello, D. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
47. Hi, Thrayle. I was talking to you the other day.
I recognize the voice. I
Yeah.
don't necessarily remember all of the conversation, so can you remind us if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I did, and I just came up really quickly just to say thank you so much, because you helped me to reflect on a lot of things. And I have come to the decision that I'm just going to go with the flow of life right now and just allow my belief system to kind of come fluidly, you know, and not force it upon myself. Like I feel like society expects us to.
Mm-hmm. You're not going to seek filling the void. You're just going to accept life as it comes and see what you accept.
Exactly. Yeah. But I've you to thank for that because, like I say, my head was full of, I think it's okay to say I don't know, and I didn't know. And there's a freedom in that to be able to say I don't know, I don't understand, and I don't. So I'm going to leave it that way for now.
I really appreciate you coming up to share that, Dee.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm curious if the I don't know might inspire more questions.
It is, but like I say, I've decided just to go easy on myself around my belief system and let it be fluid.
I hope you question the flow of that fluid as it goes.
Oh, I will. Yeah, definitely. For sure. I'll be back up here asking you questions.
I appreciate that. Next time I run Question the Questioner, I'll be looking for you.
Well, listen, thanks again, Thrayle, and have a lovely day.
Thank you to you too. Take care. W's for D in the chat. It's always refreshing to hear someone taking the questions and letting them flow where they may. I wonder if there are any believers with a god or a gods or goddesses or yetis. Santa. If anybody does have a belief in anything like that, you're open to having your beliefs questioned, we'll go ahead and request on up. Gnomes. I don't know, Susie Blue. I've had one. What do you call a follower of the Church of Gnomes? A gnomist? Fey folk. I've had a believer in, and it kind of does feel a little bit like a flying spaghetti monster kind of coloring over the gray with something bright.
Definitely started with the acronym, worked their way back from there.
Oh yeah, the acronym. Nope, I can't remember it. I just remember the E was elves.
Yeah, I was trying to, but I can't.
Hello there, Snowflake. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, they just said gremlins and left.
Okay. I said gremlins.
Oh, you said gremlins. They didn't say anything. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they got scared by the gremlins. Hello, AP. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Oh, well, you're driving. Sorry about that. We're going to wait till you're not. all we get is the noise, and that's not fun to listen to.
Maybe the dangerous driving, you know.
Right.
Is Nomis the actual belief system? Is that
I
what they
don't.
call the belief system?
No, I don't remember what they call it. There's like a church of
Oh, so
gnomes,
you don't
gnomes, and
remember the nomenclature?
no, I don't remember the nomenclature, but I know that's what the N in the acronym stood for was it was like generalized nomenclature of something elves. Beings. That's what it was. Like there's like a silent B on there. Elf-like beings. Generalized nomenclature of the manifestation of elves or something. That sounds right. No, there's no noodles. I mean, the acronym alone, three of the one believer didn't necessarily help. But I do need to make sure I've let it sit for too long. I've got to thank Shell, also Bex and Shannon, Amoria, Base God Slippy, and Donna B. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you for helping with the previous goal. I think it's about that time of the morning. And do we have anybody who believes in a god? Or gods? Or Santa Claus? Or Yetis, unicorns, mermaids? I was trying so hard not to say mermaids, and I did.
Mermaids.
I want to speak to a Tulpa believer.
A Tulpa believer? I think I've had a lot of egregore believers. I've never had a Tulpa or a servitor believer.
I don't even know what an egregore is. What's that?
It's like a tulpa.
Well, kind of. They're similar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so,
That makes
but
sense.
Tulpa is something you kind of put your belief in that is, that like mana makes it somehow real to you by believing it, right? But it's usually like an object, and it gives it some kind of. Wait, no, it's not an object. It's like a character being. I don't know. I should look up Tulpa. But egregores and servitors are kind of like that. So servitor is one entity that a person believes in. Somehow that belief either makes it real or makes it real to them. Egregores, groups of people believe in, and that makes it real enough to the group that it has a sort of existence. Some people take that further to a magical realm. I think that's probably where it actually comes from, is a
Oh,
more
okay.
mystical
That makes
idea.
sense now.
Like a golem almost, right? Creating a being and just by instilling it with enough of something, in this case belief, you make it real.
In my father's regards, it doesn't necessarily have to be a being, but yes, for the egregore.
Yeah, not 100% sure where the origin of it is, but I think it is is it originally a Celtic pagan idea?
Not sure. Tell you is that us Scottish ladies who come up would say
might know
Agrabah,
more.
and the Celtic would too.
Right.
Wow, apparently
Cornish.
from my tradition, and I'm unaware of them.
Egregores.
I don't know if egregores are, but tulpas are.
Tulpas are, yeah.
I think it's a little like the non-existent God, the idea of the non-existent God.
I've not heard of the other two, so that fascinates me.
Susie Blue says it's an imaginary friend. I mean, I am failing to see a distinction. But thank you, Shannon.
About my wall that way.
Thank you to Shannon Amoria and Danny Grax for hitting that goal so few. And now, all we need is a believer curious enough to query their conclusions. Curiously. I already did curious. I don't need to keep improvising alliterations, do I?
Just for a little longer.
Just
also,
for a
hi,
little
Casey.
Hello.
Noctis, your namesake is now in chapter. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can't wait to read. I did have a little search, and then I've added your books to my to read list. I will say it's a very long list, so apologies, but I will get there.
Well, I'm honored to be in your list. Can I just say about the tulpas? This is fascinating to me. Can we talk about this?
Yeah, absolutely.
So there is kind of a practice. Go ahead. Oh, there is a kind of practice in meditation. You imagine a kind of either a deity of some kind, like a wrathful deity or a deity of compassion, and then attribute that to all of the characteristics of a higher power or a god, but you don't attribute existence to it. But you use that as a way to work with the machinations of your ego. And that's an interesting practice in that it's an atheist practice, but it requires the, kind of hard. Is that interesting to anybody else but me? I just find that kind of fascinating that that's an actual practice.
It is interesting. What was the
Oh, the it's to soften the idea of ego rather than building it up. It could do either. So I tend to avoid these practices, because
bolster ego in a way?
Right. Yeah. If you imagine, so there's this very wrathful deity called the Mahakala that you'll see, and they're to keep you kind of vigilant and awake, and so you can visualize this in order to keep your to solidify them into existent beings. Their objects of thought help to use to help your concentration. This seems like gods in general to me.
I was going to say, would you say that it's necessarily to do with the ego, or is it like a self-analyzing tool?
I think it's both. I think that there's that sense that you're like, it's like setting up a diamond, like a program running to kind of check to make sure that your practice is genuine, and that you're not simply practicing to strengthen the ego, to keep yourself more in delusion. That's my sense. It's hard to talk about. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I think because I don't understand it, I was just wondering if it was all about the ego. So to know that it's not necessarily surrounding that is interesting.
Yeah, by what you're talking about, do you mean like when you're performing it, or I mean when you're doing it performatively versus like doing it for like actual like good intentions, or like the actual intended purpose? Sorry to not talk.
No, that's fine. I think that there are examples of both, right? Certainly, there have been. I mean, when Buddhist communities have been under attack from other religions or other cultures, there has been kind of a solidification of the wrathful deities and prayers that those wrathful deities will defeat the enemy, and that's kind of not what they're intended for. But they can turn into kind of your typical gods that people pray to, and they have in the past been used, like the Mahakalas will slay the enemy, but it isn't really, in my understanding, what they're about. They're about keeping you mindful. Unfortunately, they don't go and protect your village.
Wow. Something's wrong with Tootski.
Wait, what's wrong with me?
I don't know. You usually don't let things sit that silently.
Yeah, I thought I was talking. I just ran out of things to say. To be honest, but I could probably ask why, or what's the differentiation between Platonicism and Neoplatonicism?
I feel like that's your fault, Thrayle.
I did that to my own damn self, didn't I?
You did.
If anybody watching has a belief in a god or a god's higher power, Santa Claus, unicorns, I don't know, tulpas, egregores, some kind of god thing, or thing. Fuck. For a question.
Eldritch terror. Anything.
Eldritch terror. Thank you. That's what I needed. And one more thing to add to the background.
Forgot mermaids.
Oh no, the host app is locked up. Let's see if we can get a guest before that has to reset.
Well, we all know mermaids are real because how could they have heard the angels from beneath the waves if they weren't?
Don't. My brother truly did believe in mermaids for a hot minute, and me and my partner were just going out, and he
Oh, you're a zoologist. I could ask you. If a mermaid lactates and has...
Yes, mammals lactate.
That's what qualifies them to be a mammal?
It's not the only thing, but they have live birth. So if it would have live birth, it would be a mammal. Live birth and lactating.
Oh, but if it like laid fish eggs, because bottom half and all.
If it had eggs, no, it would not.
No. But a platypus who lays eggs is a mammal?
Oh, now you're just throwing me. Okay, then it would be a marsupial. What do you want from me, Yes, it would be a mammal, as long as it lactates. You're making me question my own sanity right now.
Hey, these are your beliefs. I'm just having you question them.
What are they called? Monotremes?
It's not. Can I swear?
Of course you can.
Yeah, but there is a marsupial in that. Okay, fuck you, Tootski.
No, that was me.
No, before. I'm reverting back to that. I asked Thrayle if I could swear. Echidnas, platypus, there is another. I can't remember right now. They need to lactate and feed their young through their milk.
Do pangolins lay eggs? No. They give birth.
Penguins lay eggs. They do not lactate.
No, pangolins. Sorry, I was probably mumbling that.
The decorated armadillo.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. It's a perfectly good answer.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'll be back. I'll have a look.
I don't know why Noctis I don't knows are very satisfying. Probably because, she's really going to look. She's really going to question.
Have y'all ever seen a Mexican worm lizard? It is one of the most unsettling things I've ever seen in my entire life. Just one, let alone when you come across
or a colony, depending upon where they are.
Ooh.
A group of authors is in agony.
My Google.
Do you want to have your day ruined?
Probably not. I don't know, Miss.
Maybe.
You said that in a very
A group
gentle
of
voice.
cats is called a clouder.
Oh, don't get me started on groups of cats. They have so many names. They are also called a pounce. What is it? A glimmer. We're called. There's a long list. I will annoy you with the names we have for groups of cats.
Okay.
Good morning, Magnus.
Good morning.
How are you?
Okay.
I'm stuffed up today.
You do sound a little off.
Yeah. My fuck ass kids were sick last week, so now I'm sick.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Every time.
But today, since we're talking, eggs, mammals, and evolution is what it seems like. In my research recently into the second Earth, I have found out humans used to lay eggs when we were part of Atlas.
Of course that would happen on second Earth. Did you get to come back with my answer from the question I left you with yesterday?
Dead ass, I do not remember what the question was.
Who is they?
Oh, they are the ones that hold everything powerful.
What?
I didn't mean to run him off that quick. Segue to the end too fast. It's my fault. They did it again.
What if I'm missing crucial information?
Oh, Magnus is presenting us with information about the second Earth, which, of course, as you must know, is the bottom half of the snowman that is the double ball model. But you can't see it because the gravitational fields lens it make it blend in with ours somehow. This is just me relaying our conversation from yesterday for entertainment purposes only.
How does the internal ball remain at the center of the hollow ball?
Oh, no, it's not. I don't know who said anything about a hollow ball. It's like a snowman.
There's like a second Earth under Earth.
Yeah, that's what the ice wall is hiding.
I lose
So are
faith
we
in
first
humanity
Earth or
daily.
third Earth? Or are we second Earth?
Damn it, Magnus. No, Magnus has me giving his.
I just want to posit that a group of children is probably called an infection.
Well, I'm an avid fan of Earth 2. I know for a fact that's where Fire Yeti comes from.
I thought it was Mars. I'm pretty sure Fire Yeti's from Mars.
No, that's nonsense. Who came up with that? It's Earth 2.
Here, I'll let Magnus share his own reflection, because when I do it, it feels weird.
Yeah, I have lots of questions about this.
Okay, I've staved them off long enough, and I'm commandeering my child's whiteboard so I can explain it better.
Don't anybody ask who
This is what I was going to ask for. Thank you.
All right, hold on. Let me put the baby on the floor. This isn't my child. It's their child, and they don't know I have it, but I'm using it for science experiments. Don't question it. Okay, let me get my camera on.
Is that a joke?
It's dark.
Yeah.
So what we think is like hollow earth and stuff, or flat earth, is all wrong. So we have up top, this is Urath, but there's an ice wall, and then under the ice wall is the second earth. This is Atlas.
Is Atlas that flat compared to the
No,
Urath?
I just have very terrible handwriting. Now there's another earth under the third earth, right here. I do not know the name of it, but we're going to call it Bob. There's ice walls between each of these earths that separate the life from each earths, and you can't see it like from space or whatnot, because only Urath is like this.
So, do these other two worlds exist physically?
Yes.
So if I were to look up in Antarctica, I would see Earth 2.
No, because the gravity distortion of the ice wall would mess with your perception of time and reality.
Gravity distortion.
How do you know that?
I know this because of years of research and training on part of my research. And, this is stuff that they don't want you to.
We got.
I'm with the snowman though. So Trip in the comments said it looks like a snowman. I can't not see that.
Yeah, it's a snowman model.
I tried to explain that earlier, and Tutski thought it was in like ball in ball, but no, it's ball on ball.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no.
Magnus's model just makes Hollow Earth look silly.
Right.
Flat Earth looks very reasonable now.
Oh, I don't know if I would say that sentence, but that was brave, Jim. I don't know, the toroidal model used a similar kind of gravitational lensing effect or something that made everything look like balls because of the intense gravity of the toroid.
I was watching they do like these physics simulations. I don't remember what the TikTok channel was, but they did a donut Earth, and it immediately collapsed in on itself.
That's not surprising.
Yeah. You have to get it to spin at a ridiculous rate in order to maintain form.
Mm-hmm.
And even then it starts to break apart.
So you're saying a toroidal Earth wouldn't maintain its integrity?
That is what I'm
there
saying.
Was some sort of intense gravitational distortion that prevent it from collapsing inward. I hope you're not Googling. It was a ridiculous question.
Oh no.
Okay.
I got a text message.
Oh. He escaped the grasp of they long enough to return.
Okay. So they are in the house right now, but I was able to stave them off for a little bit. I gotta hide a little bit while I tell you guys the secrets in which they don't want you to know. Okay? But yeah, so I gotta turn on my light back on. But yeah, so they're in the house right now. No, get out! Leave me alone!
He's having way too much fun.
He's either a troll, which he's having a blast, or he's schizophrenic, in which case I recommend going to a doctor.
No, he's Danish.
He's a friend.
Hey, I'm learning Danish and gonna move to Denmark. What was that?
It's performance art.
It's not his fault. Nothing. Got nothing from Magnus.
Well, he's down there. They got him. He can't respond even to the... There you go. How dare you call him a feign? Dang.
From Earth 1, 2, or 3? And which one are we in Earth 1? I don't know why I'm really set on knowing our...
Oh, no, we're on O-Earth. Or was it O-Earth or U-Earth? I forget. I might be mixing.
Erath?
Yeah, Wrath.
I thought Erath was the entire structure.
No, Erath is the little ball, the head of the snowman. That's where we live. But the intense gravitational distortions of the ice walls.
Erath, Earth 2. And what's the bottom one?
Bob?
Okay.
Bob.
I think I believe in something now.
What might that belief be?
Well, I guess Chris is real too, but that's a whole other story.
I mean, this would be layered, right? This makes this snowman really just another sandwich.
Well, I feel like they're two distinct quanta of sandwiches.
Okay, to clarify, this is 100% a bit. This is something I've been doing for like 6 months.
Bravo.
Just Thrayle's live. I've been doing it to other people's lives. So I've kind of, Thrayle's just allowed me to test it here. So.
Magnus, you should come up with a syllogism, like a logical syllogism.
I kind of am with this whole thing because, so.
You need a transcendental argument for Bob.
I am. So, okay, so I hate that I'm doing this, but I'm working with Gary on it. So, because he thinks this is funny.
Are you with Gary?
Yeah, he thinks
Really?
it's funny.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%.
So you definitely need a transcendental argument for Bob and how Bob is the grounding of Earth.
Wait, are you running tag with the snowman?
Yes, I am running tag with the snowman.
Well, probably is like melting to several people in the community.
Okay, so there's a story why me and Gary have such an odd friendship, and it's because he found out I like Gundam, and he apparently really likes Gundam as well, and that is how spawned this weird friendship me and him have.
Have you been?
How the friendship has spawned a snowman.
Well, now I want to hear the syllogism.
I'm still working on it. So the thing is so the whole like snowman thing actually is something people genuinely believe in. It's like another thing for the ice wall, and so it's like, no, Earth is not round. You know, I think it started off as a joke, like to counteract flat Earth, and then people started believing it. And so now there's this whole mythos around the ice wall and the snowman Earth and all this stuff. So
The ice wall is so Norse. I mean, I think that's what's so great about it.
but yeah, no, I mean, Miss, I don't know how to say your name, but the
Missy.
I am schizophrenic though, so you were correct. This does not help.
If that makes you feel better, I have schizoaffective, so.
Yeah, pretty much.
Susie Blue.
Quinley Wyatt put it down. Birds aren't real meme. It's a meme that is kind of taken on into actual like belief. And so my favorite thing has been going in the lives that talk about this, and I do that whole bit I just did. So, and it's funny because then they start, and then they realize, oh, he sells computers. Let's buy from him. So it's just kind of like an MLM at this point.
I build computers.
Magnus, do you believe in this idea of bloat and pop, that you can basically go in the other direction from rationality so far that people actually wake up?
In a way, yeah. Because, I mean, I call it the Dale Gribble effect. Because there's an episode of King of the Hill where, because we all know Dale Gribble's like a super, a super conspiracy theorist. But when it comes to investigating JFK, he realizes like, oh, maybe they were telling the truth. And so you see that a lot with people who go down these weird pipelines, and then when it really starts getting outlandish or stops making sense, and then science actually makes sense again to them, they just kind of do like a 180 and go back to being normal.
It's hopeful.
But anyways, I do got to drop. I got to get my baby for a nap. So
I appreciate you, Magnus.
I appreciate you guys too. I miss y'all. Have a good day.
Miss you too. Take care.
Miss you too.
Well, if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, or Bob, I guess, well then go ahead and request on up if you can question that belief. I'm not here to debate you, argue with you, tear you down. I just want to know if you can question your belief. Well, then, what is that belief and why do you believe it? And maybe we can get to those other questions, like what is the benefit and what is the cost? What is a people? I'm not going to do a Seinfeld voice. I think that would, it would probably go terribly. Yeah, I just tried it on mute. It's a bad idea.
W is to hedonist, a regurgitation of questions.
Right. A regurgitation of Christians, is it? Is it? Oh, I think they use the term flock. I was trying to think of something else. Something else sheepish.
What do we call a group of questioners?
A query. A quarry. A quarry of inquirers. Querying curiously.
Oh, a curiosity.
A curiosity of questioners. I like that.
How about a consider of questioners?
Mm.
I don't know, the bat ones fit too. A cauldron of questioners. I might be partial to the bat ones.
We cook.
A bunch of Pharisees.
A bunch of Pharisees. The questioner's consult. A consultation of questioners.
Ooh.
Bunch of Edomites.
I'm hungry, and apparently people could hear it in the comments.
Oh, that's happened to me too. My microphone sits like just about equidistant above my belly as it does away from my face. So if one talks louder than the other, it'll pick it up.
So gradually we would build a kind of visual representation of Thrayle. It may not be accurate.
Probably not.
I don't understand that because I don't see pictures in my head. So, like, if I'm not looking at my husband, I don't know what he looks like.
But you recognize his face when you see it.
Correct. I also recognize, like, the features. Like, I could tell you what he has, just not how it looks.
So do you build stories?
I think in concepts. It's very difficult to describe.
It's like, is your mental model like a map?
No, I don't have a mental image at all.
But a model.
Oh, It's typically auditory.
Mm.
Yeah. So, if you have any questions about aphantasia, you can ask.
So you hear your thoughts, but you can't force visualizations or
Correct. I can also, when
networks.
reading text messages, hear the person's voice and inflection that they would use typically.
That is interesting for someone who can't. So you can't visualize images, but you can hear audio.
Yeah, I have like mental audio. So like if I know a song well enough, even a whole orchestra, I can play each one of those individually in my brain at the same time.
Yeah, so your complex mental models are auditory.
Mm.
Do they follow narrative?
Not always, but they can, right? Like I do have like mental. Well, I also have like a mental concepts, right? So if someone says like, picture an apple, I can't picture an apple, but I understand the concept of an apple to be a fruit, typically, red, green, yellow, sweet taste, seeds, core, stem.
But does it have a sound?
No, I just think of it as I almost think of it like it's on deck.
I don't know what that means.
It's like I think about the nature of the thing.
Like its ontology.
Yes. Like what makes up an apple?
So the apple is a description of its parts?
Mentally in my brain, yes. It's also why I know sign language, because it gives me a picture, right? With apple, I know the sign, which is a visual sign, understanding a concept.
But wait, can you visualize the sign?
I don't visualize the signs, I visualize the concepts. And by visualize, I mean recognize. It's like I don't know how to describe blindness in your brain.
I'm actually the exact opposite. I can't hear words in my head, but I have to visualize everything that's said to me, which is it like does not help with auditory processing disorder.
Interesting. Do you have really good sense of visual imagery?
Kind of. I'm synesthetic, so
nice.
Like sounds and stuff are translated into visual stimuli, I guess. I don't know if it would actually be stimuli, internal stimuli, I guess.
Interesting. That's fascinating.